Good morning. Welcome to the October 10th special meeting for the elections of our new elections official or the applications for our new elections official. We will start out with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Supervisor Leutwiler, could you start, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So today the format will be, we will open up the room to public comment. We'll open up Zoom to public comment, and that will be the only chance that people have today to make public comment. We will have interviews for a certain amount of time, a little bit of a break in between them, and then start the next interview. So if anybody has anything to say, it's right about now. We have any public comment in the room?
To read the item in.
Right here.
Here we go. These items include non-controversial or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. A1, Human Resources, conduct oral interviews of 5 candidates to fill the Trinity County Clerk, Recorder, Assessors, Register of Voters position for the expired term ending December 31st, 2026. No fiscal impact. Any comment in the room? On Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay. Is our first applicant ready at this time?
Saw her.
Felicia, are you online?
Saw her name up there earlier.
Yes, I am. Hi.
Hi there.
Hello, good morning,
Hello.
Felicia.
Hi,
Welcome
how are you?
to the Trinity County Board of Supervisors Chambers. We're glad you could join us this morning. My name is Heidi Carpenter Harris. I'm the District 4 Supervisor, and I will be asking your questions today for your application process. And at this time, we'll go down the dais and you will be introduced to each one of the supervisors.
Hi, my name is Rick Leutwiler.
My name is Lee McGogan, Supervisor of District 3, Trinity County.
Morning, Felicia. I'm Jill Cox. I'm the District 2 Supervisor.
Morning.
And welcome, Felicia. My name is Julia Brownfield. I am the supervisor for District 5.
Okay, we will begin the interview process at this time. The first set of questions is surrounding your competency in leadership and management. The first question we would like you to answer is describe your experience managing diverse teams and multiple departments.
So I have experience managing different programs at adult services with Lake County Department of Social Services. I worked for the adult services programs, in-home supportive services, adult protective services, and the public guardian as well. I supervised personnel in that department at times. And I've worked with a variety of individuals along the course of my professional career, being that I worked in California as well as in Kentucky for the IRS, and currently being with the Small Business Administration, working for FOC East, which is an area that basically covers the eastern United States, east of the Mississippi, in different states. And I'm fluent in Spanish and in Romanian. So I have experience working with all sorts of individuals, as well as managing different things, learning different programs and computer systems and so on.
Okay, thank you. The next, are you complete with that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The next question is, how do you prioritize and balance the district functions of clerk, recorder, assessor, registrar of voters? So how would you prioritize the balance of the district functions of clerk, recorder, assessor, and registrar of voters?
Sure, it would be a matter of organizing myself well and multitasking, also prioritizing tasks as they come up and as deadlines are due. And obviously familiarizing myself with the programs, the requirements, deadlines for things, program regulations, also regulatory and legislative changes that may come up and that may affect how we do things and when things are expected to be completed and ready. And also delegating, obviously delegating, delegating well is a big part of it sometimes, especially if your plate's super full, delegating is pretty much crucial, knowing who are your team players and what their strengths are as far as handling different types of responsibilities and tasks.
Okay. Are you complete with that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Share an example of a time you implemented a significant process improvement in a public office. I'll repeat that. Share an example of a time you implemented a significant process improvement in a public office.
Sure, I'd be more than happy to give you an example. When I first started, when I was new on board with Lake County Department of Social Services and as a new supervisor on board, working together with the program manager and looking at the metrics for that particular program, for IHSS especially, the metrics with the state, being that the county was actually not doing so well. They were a little bit understaffed, but also not as well organized as they could have been. Basically, we worked together in reorganizing caseloads geographically, reassigning, also specializing some cases to where basically all that improved the productivity of social workers, therefore improving the metrics of the of case processing timelines.
Okay, are you complete with that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we will now move on to questions in technical and operational knowledge. The first question is, what is your experience with election laws and administration, including voter registration and election integrity? I will repeat that. What is your experience with election laws and administration, including voter registration and election integrity?
Yes, actually, that answer is quite simple. And unfortunately, I don't have any experience with elections or voter registration, but I'm sure there are guidelines and regulations that are in place, and also folks that are on board with the county currently that are familiar with how that's done, in order to satisfy all legal requirements for making sure that everyone is registered to vote and that the actual voting process is followed according to regulation.
Okay, are you complete with that answer?
Yes.
The next question is, explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting. Again, explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting.
So I have a real estate license, a salesperson real estate license in California that's now expired. But basically, property assessments have to do with paying your property taxes and property values mostly going up usually. Sometimes it goes the other way, but rarely. Um, I am comfortable with, actually, as far as, in my own opinion, I think I'm comfortable with being responsible for that particular department a little more, what I'm familiar with, and I am familiar with real estate. And yeah, there are, guidelines and mathematical formulas, percentages that you're looking at overall for different types of real estate that are applied if the economy is strong and things are progressing in a positive direction.
Are you complete with that answer?
I hope so.
Okay, I just want to give you time to make
Yes.
sure you're finished. Okay, the next question is, how do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulations across all departments you oversee? Again, how do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulations across all departments you will oversee?
Reading the MOU and all the regulations that pertain to each program, and also consulting with people that perhaps have been in that position and are already familiar with the ins and outs, and also staying abreast of any regulatory or legislative changes that may affect what's expected for the different types of programs or different departments and departmental activities. So staying abreast regulatory changes is a big part of it.
Are you complete with that answer?
Yes.
Okay. The next section of questions that we will be asking is under public interaction and communication. The first question is, how do you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration or property assessment? Again, would you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration or property assessments?
It would be on a case-by-case basis. It would also be if the people that are approaching us, personally regarding that type of information, if it's public knowledge or public information. Um, there are obviously all sorts of laws governing PII and personal stuff, but I know that for the most part, property assessments are kind of public knowledge. A lot of people don't know exactly how the math of it is, how the calculations are made. But as far as that knowledge being public, I think that's pretty much public. You can pretty much go on any county website and see who owns what and how much they owe and if they pay their property tax on time or not. So in having partially given myself that information, yes, I would think that I would speak with people on a case-by-case basis and kind of go over how things are determined. I know that for the most part, folks in general, and probably ourselves included, that own properties, we're never happy to have our property taxes go up, but at the same time, it's those property taxes that fund different programs in the counties that we live in that we're depending on those services. And so I think it's a fine line between raising taxes and also having everyone on board kind of agreeing that that's kind of what's necessary and it's the right and fair thing to do, especially as the values of properties go up. But I do understand that, sometimes people's incomes do not go up, just expenses go up. And at that point, perhaps there might be other things that we can do to raise funds like fundraisers and other types of things within the community to where people don't feel like things are imposed on them, but rather that we need their help to come up with some of what's needed if we're short for money.
Okay. You're complete with that answer?
What was the other part of the question? I think that there
the-
were two parts. Mhm.
Yes, so the first part was how do you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration
Okay.
and or property assessments?
Mhm. Okay, yeah, I've assessed the property assessments. The voter registration should be pretty cut and dry. Every person has the right to one vote, and then we've got what are considered electoral votes in different counties and states based on the population base. That's kind of not up to us to decide the weight of that. I think that's decided at the congressional level. And I think those maps are constantly changing.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are you ready for the next question?
Yes.
Describe a challenging public relations situation you faced and how you resolved it. Describe a challenging public relations situation you faced and how you resolved it.
Wow, I can't think of anything especially challenging. I'm sure situations will arise, especially in a position such as this. Um, I think transparency, professionalism, politeness, and definitely being accountable for being accountable should, that should earn the trust of the people that we're serving in the county.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
The next question is how do you promote transparency and accessibility of public records? Again, how do you promote transparency and accessibility of public records?
So if the public records in question are in fact kind of public all the way through, I suppose just having the websites that we use for the different type of activities, um, having these websites to where the information is updated and up to date, and having people being able to access that information readily, or if not, contacting us at the different levels or the different departments if they're unable to access the information they need. So I think going online and being more accessible online would definitely be a service to everyone, and it would also cut down on the cost and time that would be incurred by the county in providing those type of services if they would be more readily accessible online.
Okay, you're complete with that answer?
Yes.
Okay. The next set of questions that we'll be asking fall under ethics and accountability. The first question is what steps do you take to maintain confidentiality and ethical standards in your office? Again, what steps do you take to maintain confidentiality and ethical standards in your office?
Well, first of all, we would protect the records that are private records that are not open to the public, and we would handle them with care. And when those type of records are requested, we would have a process in place to where we make sure that we ask for the right type of documentation from the different customers that we ultimately would provide the information to make sure that we've protected PII. And also in general, just from having been a social worker and a supervisor of social workers, when you're working cooperatively with other people within different departments within at the county level, just sharing information on a need-to-know basis is also a way to protect information at the same time that you're remaining that you're promoting productivity or you're remaining operational rather than getting stuck in technicalities.
Okay, are you complete with that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay, the next question is how would you handle a situation involving potential conflicts of interest or allegations of misconduct in your department? Again, how would you handle a situation involving potential conflicts of interest or allegations of misconduct in your departments?
Gosh, we would need to sit down and have a proper chat. I am pretty good at getting to the bottom of things. I do have a degree in criminal justice. I'm able to ask all the right questions to understand pretty much what's going on and giving that person a choice to either resign or to make it right. If there is a conflict of interest, making a choice between the two things, if they're insisting on.
Okay. Are you complete with that answer?
Let me think on that a little more.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
No, I actually understood your question.
Okay.
I also think that perhaps besides myself, just to make sure that we are perhaps impartial, because sometimes more heads are better than one, perhaps having other people like you guys involved in some of the decision making. If it's a very delicate situation, explaining what's going on. And bringing forth all the facts. All the facts, the timelines, witnesses, everyone's credibility and so on, and making a decision together.
Okay. Are you complete with your answer at this point?
Yes, I am.
Okay. We'll now be moving on to scenario-based questions. So these present hypothetical but realistic scenarios relevant to this role. So these are hypothetical scenario-based questions to get an idea of how you would handle them.
Okay.
So, scenario number 1. On election day, a technical failure disrupts voter check-ins at multiple polling sites. What is your immediate response and communication strategy? Once again, on election day, a technical failure disrupts voter check-ins at multiple polling sites. What is your immediate response and communication strategy?
So the most immediate response would be to have everyone take down everyone's name that comes in. But the second thing that I would do is I would contact whoever is responsible for the computer systems that we're using to see what the problem is. Because ultimately things still have to be, on the computer and tabulated, I think, rather than doing manuals and verbals or on paper type stuff. But I mean, if that's acceptable, then we would do everything manually. But I do think the integrity of the process is a little more, it's a little less questionable if it's done according to the way that it's supposed to be, using computers and so on, and the systems that are in place. Equally, the numbers are more readily accessible that way rather than doing things manually. So if we did everything manually, we would have to make sure that we are witnesses to each other's actions in order to to make sure that that doesn't come into question at some point later on.
Okay, are you complete in that answer?
Yes.
Okay, scenario number 2. A property owner disputes an assessed value increase, claiming errors in the data. How do you investigate and resolve the issue? Again, scenario 2. A property owner disputes an assessed value increase, claiming errors in the data. How do you investigate and resolve the issue?
Well, most certainly it's possible that we might make errors. I mean, I would hope that we don't, but where it comes to human nature, errors are possible. Yeah, we would need to sit down and have a proper conversation. I would need to hear out what their actual allegations are, or what they're claiming, how they understand the process to work, or why they think it's an error, and go from there. Maybe ask some questions, also explain how we use the assessment process, including the formulas that we use and to come up with the different increases in property taxes.
Okay, are you complete in that answer?
Yes, I am.
Scenario 3. A request for public records involves sensitive information that could impact privacy. How do you balance transparency with privacy laws? Again, scenario 3.
Mhm.
A request for public records involves sensitive information that could impact privacy. How do you balance transparency with privacy laws?
Wow, that is a tricky question, and it's certainly difficult. Um, I think if somebody's safety is involved, or we're talking about public safety type issues, I think people's privacy, I would be more inclined to be cooperative with police, for example. I would think that somebody's privacy is a little less important than public safety, for public safety concerns. Like, for example, folks that own guns that have mental health issues. They own a gun on the one hand and they're seeing a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but they've not disclosed that to police, and really they shouldn't be entitled or allowed to have a gun. But here's the psychiatrist or psychologist having the dilemma on their hands that this is my client or my patient, and I should protect their privacy. At that point, the real question is, what's more important, one person's privacy or the safety of everyone else that potentially could be a victim of this person? That's, first of all, not in a position to own a gun and not having disclosed everything to police, but because I wouldn't have a problem going to the police to give them that information, because really the bottom line is they're not even entitled to have the gun, because they've either lied or withheld information. In my opinion, at that point in time, their privacy is not that important. Public safety supersedes their need for privacy, in my opinion. But again, a judge could find me in the wrong. But morally and for the safety of everyone, I would feel good with my decision.
Okay, are you complete with that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay, the next set of questions are just candidate questions and closing. So we have 2 questions, and then you will have an opportunity to ask us some questions.
Okay.
If appointed by the board to this position, do you plan to run for this position in the 2026 election?
Yes.
Okay. Final question, if offered this position, how soon would you be able to start?
I could start within 2 to 3 weeks, a month maximum.
Thank you. At this time, we would like to invite you to ask any questions about the position, department, or county priorities that you may have.
When is the position up for reelection?
In 2026.
Is it in June or in December?
It would be in the June election cycle.
Okay. So if I were to unfortunately not get elected or reelected, would the position end in June then?
Yes,
Or
it
would
would,
it
no,
end
it would
at
end
the-
in December of 2026.
Okay, thank you. And the person that was in charge of these different programs, I understand, retired recently? Is that correct?
Yes, she is retiring.
Okay. All right, well, I think that's all. Thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to positive news, hopefully.
Okay, well, we thank you for your time and we wish you the best of the rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I apologize. I reread my typing and I see all the typos.
Oh, all good.
Typos in there.
All good.
In mine.
Packet for
It's
the
like,
next
oh, gosh.
four.
When I
This
typed
is
in all
great.
the questions, I made a bunch of mistakes.
Give me one sheet.
You got it.
I told her that.
Yes, we are still in line.
That's okay. I'm okay. So are we going to try at all to move people forward if we move more quickly like this? Or are we just gonna stick with the schedule?
Schedule.
Okay.
The recess until 11:30.
Okay, and we just need to be careful that we're not discussing this during recess. Okay. What would you like to do, Chair? What would you like to do, recess till 11:15?
You know, as long as we don't throw off the flow of the rest of the day, I think next candidate's probably available. True?
At 11:30, they will be available.
I mean, we're gonna drag somewhere along the line. Yeah. Well,
Layla, it's
So we will be going to recess until 11:15 at this point. Correct?
that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna end up having to wait somewhere or another during the course of the day, I'm sure. So let's just stay on schedule and just go with it.
Good morning, Madeline.
Morning.
Do we need to open the meeting or we just? Okay, thank you. All right. Good morning, Madeline. Thank you for applying for this position. I am Heidi Carpenter Harris, District 4 Supervisor, and I will be asking the questions throughout the interview. And then we'll just go down the dais and each one of us can say good morning to you.
Hi, Rick Lutwiler, District 1 Supervisor.
Liam Gogan, Supervisor, District 3. Good morning.
Morning, Jill Cox, Supervisor for District 2.
Good morning, Madeline. District 5 Supervisor, Julia Brownfield.
I will be asking all of the questions today. I will repeat them so that you can hear them the first time and then process the question the second time. Sometimes that's helpful. The first round of questioning is under the umbrella of, I'm sorry, one moment. The first round of questioning will be under your core competency questions, and they will be touching on leadership and management. The first question, please describe your experience managing diverse teams and multiple departments. Again, please describe your experience managing diverse teams and multiple departments.
I have been in the Clerk Recorder Assessor's Office for 11 years now, and in the
Excuse me
past-
just a minute. Do we need the mic closer? I mean, I can hear her, but I just want to make sure the recording can as well. Go ahead.
Been in the Clerk Recorder Assessor's Department for 11 years, and in the past 5 years, I have been in a supervisorial or management role. In those years, I have supervised the Deputy Clerk Recorder, as well as the appraisers and administrative support staff. We cover the Clerk Recorder's office, the Assessor's office, and the Elections Department. And we've had numerous people under that umbrella, from assessment technicians to administrative coordinators to our deputy clerk recorders. And that about covers the diversity of the staff we have in our office.
Okay, and you feel complete in that answer?
Yes. thank you.
Okay. The next question is, how do you prioritize and balance the district functions of clerk, recorder, assessor, and registrar of voters? Again, how do you prioritize and balance the distinct functions of clerk, recorder, assessor, and registrar of voters?
I prioritize those roles based on the needs of each department and the deadlines that come with each. In each,
Maddie?
yes,
It's the same problem I have. Could you just move it a little closer? There you go.
so I prioritize each department's needs by their deadlines and the functions that need to happen. Each department has different deadlines and needs that sometimes trump others, but they all need to be completed. So we prioritize based on the needs and functions of the office, such as when we have an election, that generally takes priority over the other departments. When it comes time to close the secured and unsecured roll, that takes precedence in order to finalize that task.
Okay, you're complete in that answer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The next question is, share an example of a time you implemented a significant process improvement in public office. Again, share an example of a time you implemented a significant process improvement in a public office.
In our office, we have transitioned to 2 new software systems. The first being transitioning from our Crest software to our Megabyte software for assessment purposes, where we transitioned all of our data from our program to our new program, including, well, it included checks, balances, and making sure that all information came over accurately and effectively. The second software was Tyler, which is our recording software. So again, we had to transition all of our data to a more streamlined system of recording and tracking and keeping all of our documents in our office for the code.
Okay, you're complete with that?
Yes.
The next set of questions are under technical and operational knowledge. The first question, what is your experience with election laws and administration, including voter registration and election integrity? Once again, what is your experience with election laws and administration, including voter registration and election integrity?
My experience with election code is over the last several years, going back to around 2015-16, I've been involved in the administration of the election. I have been a part of putting together our poll workers and polling places in accordance with election code. I have been involved in the ballot processing, which has to be done to elections code, as well as the administration of the machinery and equipment that goes along with the election, all adhering to election code. With voter registration, I have had a light touch in that. I do not currently process voter registration. I do process ballots on the incoming with these signature statements in accordance with election code. And I am familiar with searching and finding anything I need in the election code.
Okay, thank you. You're good?
Yes.
Next question. Explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting. Once again, explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting.
When you say records management, are you speaking only to assessment records or all records?
I believe all records in assessment. Is it all records?
All
So I'll
records.
ask one more time so we don't lose our thoughts. Explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in accounting setting.
My experience with assessments is when I was hired in 2014, I was hired as an appraiser. I began working the unsecured role, which covers boats, aircraft, possessory interests, mining claims, anything of that sort. I worked that role for 8 years to 9 years. I still am involved in the unsecured role. I took over the secured role in the last 3 years, doing secured assessments of all properties, including change in ownerships, new construction, and construction in progress. In that role, we process any change of ownership to reassess property to market value. The same goes for the unsecured role. But on the unsecured role, we do use different forms of assessments. We use comparable sales and we use the income approach to find the present worth of properties in our county. As far as the records go, we keep all records. We maintain a retention schedule to make sure that we are keeping all records in accordance with government code. And all assessments are kept confidential, with exception to those that are open to the public view.
Good. Are you complete in that answer?
Yes.
The next question, how do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulations across all departments you oversee? Once again, how do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulation across all departments you oversee?
All departments that we have in our department that I oversee follow guidelines issued by either the Board of Equalization, the Revenue and Taxation Code, the Government Code, and the Business and Professions Code, as well as the Elections Code. In each department, the governing body will issue updates to any laws or regulations that we need to be aware of. And for the assessor side, we do get a sporadic audit by the Board of Equalization to ensure that we are in compliance with the Board of Equalization and the Revenue and Taxation Code.
Are you complete in that answer?
Yes.
The next set of questioning will come under the title of Public Interaction and Communication. The first question, how do you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration or property assessments? Again, how do you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration or property assessment?
We handle both in a similar manner. Both disputes over voter registration or property assessments are dealt with clear communication. And especially with assessment issues, we have constant communication and tracking to ensure the best possible outcome on both parts.
Are you ready for the next question?
Yes.
Describe a challenging public relations situation you faced and how you resolved it. Again, describe a challenging public relations situation you faced and how you resolved it.
We have a few customers or people who come into our office with issues and high tempers. And I deal with those with a calm demeanor, and we try to explain the situation and where we are coming from. If at all possible, we reference the code or guideline that we are adhering to. And mostly just with a calm conversation, we can resolve the issue.
Thank you. Next question. How do you promote transparency and accessibility of public records? Again, how do you promote transparency and accessibility to public records?
Public records being public, we have made available in our office. They are available for viewing. I have worked with our IT department to make our public access area more accessible and easier to use. And with any request, we attempt to resolve that request as soon as possible. I also deal with the public records requests that come into our office. And we consult with our county council in order to make sure we are responding in a timely manner and in a full manner.
Are you complete in your answer?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. The next set of questions are under ethics and accountability. The first question, what steps do you take to maintain confidentiality and ethical standards in your office? Once again, what steps do you take to maintain confidentiality and ethical standards in your office?
Each of our departments involves confidential documents and confidentiality as a whole. So in each one, we adhere to guidelines. We keep them from being public, so they are not available to view or obtain. In the clerk recorder world, we do have documents that involve death certificates at times or social security numbers. Those are always redacted. In the assessor's world, not all documents contained within a file are public, and so those are restricted as they need to be. And in the elections world, almost everything is confidential as far as a voter and those are always kept in strict confidentiality. We process death certificates, vital records of all sorts, and those are not spoken about in the public, and we are very diligent in keeping that information private.
Next question. How would you handle a situation involving potential conflicts of interest or allegations of misconduct in your department? Once again, how would you handle a situation involving potential conflicts of interest or allegations of misconduct in your departments?
For allegations of misconduct or possible conflicts of interest, we would do my due diligence in researching and investigating the cause of why this issue may have arisen. Conflicts of interest, I believe we reach out to HR to make sure that it is in fact a conflict of interest and consult on the best way forward. Allegations of misconduct, again, investigating to find out where that allegation came from. And depending on the severity of the allegation, it would go from a conversation with the supervisor to, can't think of the word. Start with a conversation with the supervisor and discuss the outcome from there, again, depending on the severity.
The next set of questions are scenario-based questions. So they are hypothetical, realistic scenarios relevant to this particular role. The first scenario, on election day, a technical failure disrupts voter check-ins at multiple polling sites. What is your immediate response and communication strategy? Once again, on election day, a technical failure disrupts voter check-ins at multiple polling sites. What is your immediate response and communication strategy?
So at all of our polling places, check in progress is via paper. If we did have a technical failure, it would be with our voting machines, in which we would deploy from our office to these places with the appropriate equipment to replace it, such as replacement ballot scanners or replacement touch machines. If we had a technical failure in our courthouse office, which is the only place where we have a electronic poll book of sorts, we do have backup. We always have a paper backup of our register and our index. And in all cases, we would still be able to issue a poll ballot or a provisional ballot to any voter so that no voter would be disenfranchised.
Okay. Ready for the next? Scenario number 2. A property owner disputes an assessed value increase, claiming errors in the data. How do you investigate and resolve the issue? Again, a property owner disputes an assessed value increase, claiming errors in the data. How do you investigate and resolve this issue?
When property owners dispute values, we always go back through and make sure that all of our calculations were correct and in accordance with our guidelines from the Board of Equalization and Revenue and Taxation Code. We also invite additional information from the assessee in the event that information that we have on hand may not be to the truest nature. and we reconcile the information from the assessee with the information we have on hand to make any required adjustments. If we find that our information is accurate and we cannot reach a agreement with the property owner, they have the right to an informal review request every year, and they also have the right to appeal the value with the Board of Supervisors. And we make both of those options clear and apparent to all property owners.
Okay. Next question. A request for public records involves sensitive information that could impact privacy. How do you balance transparency with privacy laws? Once again, a request for public records involves sensitive information that could impact privacy. How do you balance transparency with the privacy laws?
When public records requests are received that involve documents of a sensitive nature that may have sensitive information in them, consult with county council and code to make sure that this information is in fact not available to the public. And then that information is redacted prior to being sent out to the public records requester.
You complete in your answer?
Yes.
Okay. The next set of questions are an opportunity for you to ask us questions at the end, but we have two more final questions. If appointed by the board to this position, do you plan to run for this position in the 2026 election?
Yes, I do.
If you were offered this position and you accept it, how accept our employment offer, how soon could you begin the work? How soon could you start?
I could start immediately, but I'm fairly certain that my current supervisor would object to that.
At this time, do you have any questions that you would like to ask us about the position, the department, or our priorities?
I would like to ask what you are looking for in the next clerk recorder assessor.
Would anyone on the board like to answer that?
Knowledge and professionalism.
Supervisor Cox?
Process clarity.
Supervisor Gogan?
Oh, no, of course.
Supervisor Lutwiler?
Yeah, I think combination of what you've heard, this is such a mixed bag of responsibilities, all very sensitive. And so, as you heard from other supervisors, the knowledge about what we're dealing with, professionalism, how it's handled, I think the approach, we're looking for someone that is going to address these situations in the right manner, which can include both demeanor, process, and then, back to the knowledge is really, are we starting with someone who is really obviously a capable person, but they don't really have any information about this world? Or they have this information about this world and they're not a great leader, or the combination of the two? And ideally, of course, it's the combination of the two that at least I'm looking for.
I'm looking for someone who's going to really deeply consider the importance of the power of our vote and maintain and uphold all legal and constitutional callings in the area of registering voters and making sure that our voting process is as accurate as possible and that we adhere to the constitutional requirements of who is an eligible voter. And also in the area of property assessment, really taking the time when people do have a dispute or a concern to hear that. Our property values have shifted fairly dramatically in the last few years, and being quick and able to adjust for those things to make sure that our assessments are fair and real for our county folks. So those are two of the primary things that I'm looking for. So thank you. Do you have any further questions at this time for us?
I do not, thank you.
Well, we would like to thank you for the time that you have spent putting together this application and doing this interview process, and we wish you the very best of the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next,
When's the next one?
it's at 1:30.
1:30, wow. Big break.
Our next applicant will be interviewed at 1:30. We will be recessing until 1:15. Chairman Gogan, is that appropriate with you, sir?
Yeah, that's fine. I guess my question is, are any of the other applicants prepared to, can we get hold of them, see if they can move forward? Some, any of them, Chris or Ellie, possibly bump forward? That'd be great. I mean, we're gonna have an even bigger lag time, I think, coming up. Understandable. Understandable.
The challenge with that is we're gonna put a note out that tells the public we're not coming back until a specific time.
Sure.
So,
I mean, right now, we're gonna break until we say, but then
Yeah.
it's if we, the future, and then we don't know how the rest of them will go, if they'll be longer, but.
right.
Based on first.
Yeah.
Notice to dispose of each daughter last year, they have passed the.
Move them.
Flexible.
Does that give the general public, the people on?
Oh, I thought you were asking to get somebody in here now.
No, I'm not. I think we,
misunderstood.
I think we got that lag already in here to 1:15 or so. Does this throw off the general public listening at the proper time?
Okay, so the last, go ahead.
No, because the interview times were not listed in the
Okay.
backup material that was provided to the general public. That's an internal timing. And so the only way it would throw them off is if we tried to come back significantly before the time that I post, saying that we will be back at whatever time you guys decide to recess to.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that's great. So we'll go now to,
1:15 and then try to move the others up if they're available.
I mean,
Sounds good to me.
That sounds good.
the first three have been very short.
Okay. So we will adjourn until 1:15.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Maybe give them till 1:35.
Okay, the interview session for today is back. We're giving our next candidate till 1:35 to check in. We're supposed to start at 1:30, so we'll give her a little extra time and we'll go from there.
Did you try to send an email or anything? She's working on it? Okay, good. Nice. I am very. Oh. Just smile and eat the cookies, Susan. It's one of your work.
chairs. Instead of just having the video stare at us sitting here like, what are they doing? Yeah.
They've got that on theirs.
Well, no, because I
Should have a
switched my
phone number or
monitor.
something. Brian, that's interesting.
I did just email him this morning, reminding him of the time and giving him the link, so.
Are Mike's still live? Okay. So may I suggest that we just make a statement that people understand if they happen to be listening, what's going on, and then we mute the mics? Is that okay? So just, Chair, if it's okay, I say, we just want to make people aware, we're waiting for the next applicant. We're trying to reach them. We are going to keep the recording going and be available, but we will mute the mics just so that we aren't disruptive and can talk about other things that are appropriate to talk about. Thank you.
call and say,
Oh, he canceled?
yes.
Oh.
Cancel?
So, yeah, HR just received a phone call that Christian has declined to interview with us. So we will, at your pleasure, recess until 2:30 when your next applicant is scheduled.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Is Lucy around?
We haven't been able to contact Rosie. We could call Elle and see if she'll start how instead of, and do her first.
Let's try to do that.
You want me
since
to
we
do
have
that?
some time.
Okay.
That seems like a reasonable.
But I know she is traveling and back, so I don't know if
Oh,
she's here physically already or if she's traveling today, so just find that out to make sure it's not.
yeah. All right.
Disrupting her plans.
And yeah, let's not create an unfair, stressful change.
So then would we like to recess for 10 minutes and we'll come back and make that final determination?
That's great to me.
Perfect.
We are back. It is almost 2:45 on Thursday afternoon, and we are doing the interview process for the elections official for Trinity County. And we are interviewing Chris Losi at this time. Heidi, take it away.
Good afternoon. I'm glad that you were able to make it. We have some pretty good weather going on out there right now. So I am Heidi Carpenter Harris. I'm the District 4 Supervisor for Trinity County. I will be conducting and asking you all of the questions in this interview process. And when you answer, please address the full board. I will move on to Supervisor Weiler. We will give you our names as we begin this process.
Hi, my name is Rick Lutweiler, and I'm the District 1 Supervisor.
Liam Gogan, Supervisor, District 3.
Jill Cox, District 2.
Julia Brownfield, District 5, welcome.
As we conduct this interview process, I will ask you the questions and I will read them over twice so that you have the opportunity to really hear in case you missed on the first reading. And then when you've completed your statement, I will ask if you are complete with that, and then we'll move on to the next question. So the first question comes under our leadership and management. And the first question is this: describe your experience managing diverse teams and multiple departments. Again, describe your experience managing diverse teams and multiple departments.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the board for having me here and giving me an interview. So for much of my career has been with the Forest Service, and the Forest Service does a lot of teamwork, a lot of interdisciplinary team work, which basically means that whenever a new project or a new plan is proposed, really everybody is brought in to provide input and to provide their own views on the matter. Specifically, we're often dealing with environmental type work, so forest management. So in any one of these teams, you'll have a botanist, a biologist, a archaeologist, a forester, a fuels specialist, and the list goes on, right? And so through much of my experience in the Forest Service, I was leading teams like this, both leading them directly as a interdisciplinary team leader back east in Pennsylvania, leading them as a proponent, as a forester, and then leading it maybe is not wasn't always leading. Sometimes it was being part of the team. Sometimes it was providing advice. My position as environmental coordinator in Reading was about providing advice and oversight to the team leaders. So when we would do these projects, we were always engaging people with diverse interests, diverse goals. By definition, a botanist cares about plants and an archaeologist is there to protect cultural resources. Then moving to district ranger position more recently in 2020 in Hayfork, I was not just worried about project management, but really running an entire program. So it wasn't just about people on a team providing input to get one project done, but they were whole programs that had to be staffed and had to have seasonals and had to have housing and had to have budget and had to have promotions and things, and all these areas are different, right? So when you've got your forestry department and you've got your silviculture department, they have their staff. The fire management officer has his staff. And so I was able to manage them, I think, fairly well. And I think in a position like this where there are 4 clear areas of responsibility, I think I'd be able to do the same.
Thank you. Are you complete with that answer?
Yes.
The next question is, how do you prioritize and balance the functions of clerk, recorder, assessor, and registrar of voters? Again, how do you prioritize and balance the distinct functions of clerk, recorder, assessor, and registrar of voters?
Yeah. So I think you really need to rely on your staff first. There are going to be people who are the experts in all of these areas, and I think it's important to rely on them and to have your staff provide information on priorities. I think that I can, I'm pretty good at triaging the different tasks. And, you know, you're dealing with, I would not be the person dealing with every person that comes off the street. And so I have staff to work on that, and the staff will help me figure out which things need to be addressed, you know, next. I think that I believe a lot in having regular team meetings, regular group meetings. In the Forest Service, we did a lot of that. Sometimes it was as simple as a Monday morning, stand up, everybody just stands up and they have their coffee and you just talk about what you're doing. Sometimes it's a more in-depth meeting. And of course, there are things that have to be done at certain times of year. You know, voting is at a certain time of year, and that is going to take priority on those days. The week leading up to the election, there's going to be roles and responsibilities that I'm going to have to fulfill. Same thing with property valuation. There are deadlines, and those deadlines have to be met. But I think at the end of the day, I guess what I found as ranger, when I was dealing with a lot of different responsibilities, fire and, you know, marking timber and all the different things that my staff did, that I guess the kind of watchword that I used was, is what I need to do stopping it? If I don't do this, is it going to prevent you from doing your job? And so what I tried to do was, at the end of the day, look at all the requests, and if there was something that could be done, something that needed to be done, something simple that needed to be done that would allow somebody to move on, then I would do it. If somebody needed an approval, somebody needed something purchased, if somebody needed something signed, and if that could be done simply and it could allow people to move on to the next step, then I would prioritize that and make that my top priority. And people could then, they weren't waiting on me because they have time and their time is worthwhile, and I want to make sure they're not waiting on me.
Very good. Are you complete with that
Yes.
answer? Okay. The next question. Share an example of a time you implemented a significant process improvement in public office. Again, share an example of a time you implemented a significant process improvement in a public office.
So going back to kind of the earlier part of my career, I worked for New York City for their Parks Department, and I was kind of put in charge of the rollout of a large database that kept track of all of the trees and all of the work related to all the trees on the city streets of New York City. You know, New York City is 5 counties. A lot of people don't realize that. It's actually a connection. Each borough is its own county with its own county government. And so each borough, each county has their own way of doing things. And so this was supposed to be, you know, a 2-3 month job. It ended up taking about 2 years because it takes a long time for people to accept change. But we had software that the city purchased. We had to implement it across various, you know, 5 different boroughs and then a couple centralized offices. And, you know, at the end, it was good, but it took a while. People resisted. This was the 90s, so people were still used to paper, pen and ink. They were used to cards. People didn't know how to use mice. They didn't know, really, because people didn't know how to use a mouse. People 30 years into their government career in 1997 didn't know how to use a mouse. So I had to teach them and had to hold their hand a lot of times and had to deal with people resisting. And, you know, the funny thing is sometimes the people who were the most eager for it turned out to be the most difficult, and the people who started out, you know, no way in hell are we doing this, they're the ones that, you know, a month later they were crying and they're like, I just want to make my office work. All right, let's work together. So a lot of it is hand-holding, a lot of it is understanding. But if you don't bring people together, bring people in on these tasks, then you're just going to implement something that nobody knows how to use. And I think we were fairly successful. In the first stage, it was DOS, right? So people probably aren't using that system anymore, but they're hopefully not using index cards. And when there was a big storm and there was blowdown and people were staffing in the middle of the night, I remember one time they told me, we were trying to do it on paper because we said the computer would never work, but if we put it on the computer system, then we get a call 3 different times about the same tree. It's New York City. 3 people are gonna call up the same tree. We could see that one of us entered it into the computer, and it's like, you just answered the question that, you just solved it yourself. So that was great.
That was a good story.
Thank you.
Interesting. Are you complete with that
Yes.
answer? Okay, next question. What is your experience with election laws and administration, including voter registration and election integrity? Again, what is your experience with election laws and administration, including voter registration and election integrity?
Electric integrity is really important. I think we hear about it a lot, and the public depends on offices like this one to show integrity. I think that you achieve that by modeling the behavior and by being open and honest and transparent with your process. I haven't run an election before. I went to law school. I'm pretty good at reading laws, but I didn't specialize in that. I didn't take any classes in election law. I think that, I think in this position, I would just need to read all I can and rely on my staff to help, through that first couple elections. I think that if you create a good work environment where people want to work for you and want to contribute, then you're going to have a good office where people recognize your integrity. Not all of it is laws and policies. A lot of it is just trust. So I think, I can try to work on that, and then I can try to research the law as best I can and follow the procedures and be open and honest and create an environment where people trust you.
Are you complete with that
Yes.
answer? Okay. The next question is explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting. Once again, explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting.
Okay. So after law school, I worked for a property tax attorney in Arizona. We mostly did our work in counties in Arizona and Nevada, not California, but the laws are somewhat similar in that they all involve something like an assessment cap that limits how much property values can increase or taxes can increase from year to year. And so, I worked in that setting. I represented landowners who owned homes, but also RVs and shopping centers. We had a few casinos because it was Las Vegas. We actually represented a couple private jets, which was kind of crazy. Those are taxed under the property tax laws. Who knew, right? But the commonality of all this is the idea that that citizens are entitled to fair market valuation of their property, and you achieve that, through various methods. There's, I'm sure you've heard the cost approach, the sales approach, the market approach, which is they're all the same. The market approach, which is what are properties like this selling for? The cost approach, what can you pay? What do you have to pay to build this? And then the income approach, if you've got a business, what is this business generating in income? Though that relates back to how much the property should be worth. So I worked with a lot of different properties. I worked with appraisers and assessors. I made arguments before boards of equalization. I made arguments. I prepared some briefs for trial. And so having moved to Trinity County, in moving to Trinity County, because of my background, I started talking to some folks who were concerned about their property valuations. And I started to see that there were some issues in how some of the properties were assessed. And so that's why I've started working, and I put it in my resume and my cover letter. I started working with a local attorney to start helping some landowners approach the assessor with their concerns over property value. And so that's really what kind of drove me to become interested in this position initially. And then since I've learned more about it, I'm definitely more interested in it as a whole. I'll talk a little bit about the records just briefly. This tree database was really a database, and it was managing records. And so I think, I understand the importance of having records that are reliable and accessible. And that was a county setting. That was a city that was, like I said, New York City's 5 counties. So we had to deal with, albeit a small amount of records of the city, but a decent, thousands of records relating to trees. So I think combined, when you look at my background in assessment and appraisal and then record management, I think I could do well in this position.
Are you complete in your answer?
Yes.
The next question. How do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulations across all departments you will oversee? Again, how do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulations across all departments that you may oversee?
Well, I think the short answer is, you familiarize yourself with the regulations as best you can, and you work with your employees and you create that culture that allows people to be sure that they're complying with the laws and regulations. I think, though, that, it's important I just want to say that, there is the California Constitution, which is kind of bigger than a regulation, entitles people to that their properties be valued at market value. And I think that sometimes that's not happening. And I think sometimes people can get really bogged down in the letter of the regulation and kind of forget sometimes.
Ready? I will repeat the question.
Sure.
How do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulations across all departments you will oversee?
Yeah, I had gone on to talk a little bit about the constitutional right to fair market value appraisal or assessment, excuse me, because I think that it's important that we don't forget the big picture. Someone will forgive you if you don't dot an I, but if you're really hurting people, then they're not going to forgive that. When I was ranger, right after I started, I started as a detail assignment, which means it was a temporary assignment. And when I was given that job, the person who hired me, the former forest supervisor, he said, if you have a question about what to do, you really can't figure it out, just do what you think is right. Which is dangerous, but I think it's also true. And I remember early on, right after I got that position, COVID hit and people were sent home and people were freaked out about a lot of things. And one of the things we had to deal with was figuring out how to start the fire season and how to bring the firefighters on in the middle of COVID, because we knew we were going to have fires even though there was COVID. And one of the things that we dealt with was the fact that a lot of our firefighters needed housing, and the Forest Service provides housing. But they were based on the way that the Forest Service was calculating people's bills, their their bill for staying in the government housing, the mandatory social distancing was actually increasing how much they had to pay. So they were supposed to be, normally they'd be 2 in a room, they'd share the cost. They were being forced to be 1 in a room. They had to pay the full cost themselves. Several people told me, you can't, so firefighters are really scared. They're like, we're going to lose our crew because people can't afford it. They were making less than a minimum wage in those days, like literally less than California minimum wage. That's been fixed, but in those days, that's all you made. And so these people really depended on, not having so much of their income taken out of their paycheck. So, I was told, oh, you can't, you have to charge them double. And I was like, this can't be right. This can't be right. So, I looked at the rules. I kind of like went back and thought about some of the old principles. We figured out that if we, if you have a house and the house burns down, you might be staying at a hotel, but that's still your house. And so what we did was we said, we're going to put 2 people in the room legally, but physically we're going to put them somewhere else. It was a risk, it was, I think, a risky interpretation. And I took that chance, and I knew that there could have been consequences. But I figured at the time, I'm not going to be responsible for firefighters like not coming to work because they can't afford it. And when I was offered the full-time job, the forest supervisor, asked me, he offered me the job, and I said, I want to tell you one thing. I said, before you give me this job, I just want you to know what I did. And I told him the story, and he said, yeah, I would have done the same thing. So, yeah, laws and regulations, important, should be followed. But you also need to think about the consequences. And I want to make sure that what I'm doing in any role as I'm following these rules isn't, hurting people that didn't deserve it, at least as much as I can help that.
Are you complete in your answer?
Yes.
The next set of questions fall under the public interaction and communication. Question 1, how do you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration or property assessments? Again, how do you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration or property assessment?
I think, you need to get all the information, and you really need to think about it, and then you need to bring the relevant parties together and hopefully see if they can work out a dispute. Now, a lot of times disputes have less to do with the rules than they have to do with the people. And so if you can kind of get past that, a lot of times you can solve the problems. I had an employee who hadn't been given what he believed was a raise that he was entitled to, he believed that he was entitled to that raise based on the way the rules were written. And the supervisor believed that no, the raise is only if I think you've reached that level. So, I got that question. I asked around. The employee was right. It was a guaranteed raise. It wasn't a discretionary raise. It was guaranteed unless the employee was, on a PIP or something where they had to be let go. If they would get the raise unless they were not performing their job. Not if you didn't, it didn't matter if you thought that they weren't really great, So, but I didn't want to just go to the employee and just say, you got the raise. I didn't want to go to I didn't want to go to my direct employee and say, you screwed up, you need to fix this. And I didn't want to go to the employee and go around the ultimate employee and go around the supervisor. So I brought them together, and I prepped my direct report for that. And we sat down so that the employee got what they needed, but that the person who reported to me, the supervisor, could be part of that, so that we didn't damage the relationship in the office, so that the bottom level employee wouldn't trust their supervisor. So, it's following the rules, it's coming up with solutions, and then it's implementing it in a way that doesn't damage the structure of the office. Not sure if I really answered it, but I guess that's good enough.
Okay, so you're complete in that
Yes.
answer. The next question, describe a challenging public relations situation that you faced and how you resolved it. Again, describe a challenging public relations situation you have faced and how you resolved it.
So I had an employee when I was Ranger, great, good employee, but didn't come off great with the public. Sometimes the public, kind of was turned off. And I could tell that the employee was trying, and I could also tell that try to figure out why, but I kind of think that what was going on was that the employee felt that they kind of had to keep things secret. They were really worried about sharing too much. They really worried about being seen as being too helpful. Um, I tried to kind of work with the employee directly, but it didn't really work. It seemed maybe that maybe she felt like she was trying to like protect me. And so that was nice, but it wasn't really what I was going for. As it turned out, I was able to get a temporary position filled, and that position supervised that position with the customer service issue. And after the new person had come in for a while, I talked to her about what I was concerned about. And I said, do you think you could maybe model this behavior and maybe encourage this other employee to come off as more helpful when the public comes in? Because I, for whatever reason, I couldn't do it. I couldn't be the one to model that behavior. But this new employee, even though she was only there temporarily, she was able to model that behavior, I think, and we got a better result, and we got I think a better interaction with our public when they would come in. They were, I think that they started to see more of a public facing employee that was trying to help them, that wasn't necessarily just trying to make sure that they didn't give away the farm, that they were going to say something they regretted, but it was somebody who was going to help them.
Are you complete with that answer?
Yes.
The next question. How do you promote transparency and accessibility of public records? Again, how do you promote transparency and accessibility of public records?
I think that you need to. I think a lot of it is honestly is technology. Honestly, a lot of it is technology. I think technology can be very helpful at providing people with access to the things that they already have access to. I think there's also procedures. I was talking to a realtor recently who told me that to buy and sell a property in Trinity County, you need to sign all the documents in pen. The e-sign was not available. E-sign's available in Shasta County, so it's not like e-sign. I was talking to a friend of mine who works for a bank. When banks lend millions of dollars, they e-sign. But Trinity County doesn't allow e-sign. So if you're if you're buying a house, if you live in Hettenshaw and you're trying to buy a house in Ruth, you got to come up here to Weaverville to sign the paperwork to come back down. Whereas you don't have to do that if you live in Bernie, right? If you live in Bernie and you're selling a house in Bernie, you don't have to go to Reading, even though that's the county seat. You can do it electronically. So, I mean, that's just one example, one opportunity where I think there are procedures that, can be explored at least, that have been tried by other counties that will allow people to have more access to the records that they have a right to have access to. I don't know the exact process that you would have to follow to make that reality, but I think it's something that other counties have done. It has to be possible. So I think, we can do things like that. We can make the technology better. We can accept the technology a little bit more, and we can work with the people that are using that to train them and get them comfortable with that. Ultimately, it's not like doing something online is going to double the amount of work. Should actually make it easier. But at the minimum, it's just transferring some of the work that you do face-to-face to online. And if we can do that, we can make things more transparent and accessible.
Are you complete with that
Yes.
answer? Okay. The next set of questions that we ask are underneath of the ethics and accountability section. The first question, what steps do you take to maintain confidentiality and ethical standards in your office? Again, what steps do you or would you take to maintain confidentiality and ethical standards in your office?
So I think you got to model the behavior. That's important. And you definitely have to have procedures, especially with confidentiality. You have to have procedures that you always follow. I remember in the Forest Service, we had these cards that we had to stick in the computers for them to work, and you were supposed to pull them out when you left your desk. How many people did that? Not a lot, but that's where confidentiality is an issue. You pull that card out and then the screen goes blank and then the confidential information isn't there. So if you can come in and you can, model that, but also just enforce those day-to-day things like, locking cabinets and pulling cards out of computers when you're not there. At first, it's kind of annoying and who's this jerk who's making me do these things? But eventually, as long as it's done consistently, I don't think it's going to be seen as a problem. It's just the way things are. And I think then you can solve that problem to the best you can.
Are you complete with
Yes.
that answer? The next question, how would you handle a situation involving potential conflicts of interest or allegations of misconduct in your department? Again, how would you handle a situation involving potential conflicts of interest or allegations of misconduct in your department?
I had an employee once who was he worked for the government, but he wanted to become like the president or vice president of some professional organization. And he needed to do some of it during work. So this guy, he went out and he actually found a lot of the research. And he kind of, it was very nice. He just gave me this packet of like, this is what it says. I want to be able to join this organization. I need your signature. Well, give it to me today. Well, first of all, he's not going to get it today, So I read the materials and it was thorough. And, I think that one of the things you hear a lot with conflict of interest is it's not just the impropriety, it's the appearance of impropriety. You have to worry about both of those things. So, I went through the materials and I said, yeah, okay, I'll approve this, but I want to have a limitation on how much time you spend on this because, okay, it may not be, someone could say it's a conflict. I think you've convinced me that it's not a conflict, but I want to have a limit on how much time you spend. And he said, well, where did that come from? That's not in any of the materials that I gave you. And I said, well, that comes from the whole, not wasting the taxpayers' money part of the ethics. Like, you're going to do this and there's going to be certain things you have to do during work, but, and I could legally allow you to do it all, but I don't think the taxpayer is going to be happy with you spending, I don't feel like I would be doing my job if you, were spending 100 hours a year on this, maybe 20, so let's talk about that and so that's one thing. The other thing, though, I think it's important on the flip side, though, is that you need to have a good open communication because if you're not forthcoming with people, if you are really tight with everything, if you're always looking for ways, if anything, if you're in a situation where anytime there's a question about anything, the answer is no, then you're going to have different problems. You're going to have people not wanting to work in your office. You're going to have people working there but not telling you. So, even if, sometimes it's easier and maybe it's cleaner sometimes to just, if there's ever a question of impropriety, if there's ever a question of ethics, the answer's no. That's kind of easy on like a test. If you're taking a test, an ethics test, you say, no, it's illegal, it's illegal, it's illegal. But in practice, if the answer is always illegal, no one's going to want to work for you. And then they're going to just lie about what they're doing. And that's worse. So I think you got to balance that with the practical fact of we live and work, we're real people and we work in a real place, in a real office. So.
Very good. Are you complete in your
Yes.
answer? The next set of questions are scenario-based questions. These present hypothetical but realistic scenarios that could be relevant to this role. The first scenario, on election day, a technical failure disrupts voter check-ins at multiple polling sites. What is your immediate response and communication strategy? Again, on election day, a technical failure disrupts voter check-ins at multiple polling sites. What is your immediate response and communication strategy?
I don't know. I mean, right now, I don't know. I think when I'm in the position, when I'm with my staff preparing for an election, that we'll be exploring the kinds of things that can go wrong in the process. I mean, this has been done a lot of places, and the scenario, I'm sure, has happened in many locations. So, I don't know what I would do. I can't tell you what I would do now, but I think that in preparing for an election, I would need to go through scenarios like this with my staff, and we need to come up with solutions for how to address this before it happened. This and probably a dozen other solutions, a dozen other potential problems, like power goes out, or like there's protests outside, or I'm sure there's a lot of things that could go wrong in an election. I haven't thought about all of them because I haven't been in that situation, and I certainly don't have solutions. But I think once you get in that situation, then you need to prepare for that. And I think I think that you shouldn't be figuring it out on that day. You need to figure it out in advance. And then once you figure that in advance, then people know how to deal with it.
Complete with that?
Yes.
Okay. The next scenario, a property owner disputes an assessed value increase, claiming errors in the data. How do you investigate and resolve the issue? Again, a property owner disputes an assessed value increase, claiming errors in the data. How do you investigate and resolve the issue?
Well, I would assume that there's going to be a bit of that. Yeah, I think, you need to get whatever information that the property owner has and compare it to the information that the assessor has, see if there are discrepancies, and, ultimately, hopefully improve the assessor's data so that the data going forward, that the information going forward is better. I had a client when I was working as a property tax agent that we found out that they were being assessed based on an assumption that the property was, it was an apartment complex. I think they said that they thought, the assessor said it was built in like 2010, but it was really built in 1998 or something like that. We provided the assessor with data, and we provided the assessor with information and receipts and things and building permits, and the assessor resolved it. And I think that's how I would expect things to go in this position. I do want to say one other thing, and I think I did mention it before, but I think that I just want to make sure to say to the board that I recognize that the role that I've had before and the role that I have now in helping property owners with their taxes is fundamentally different in a key way from the job of assessor, in that when you're a property tax agent or a property tax attorney, your job is to get the lowest value for your client. I mean, that's your job. Like that's what you do. And you're always looking for reasons to get that lowered. That's not the job of the assessor. Uses similar tools, but the assessor, that's not their job. Their job is for it to be fair. So I do understand the difference, and I want to make sure, it's like a prosecutor, their job is to put away people, but that doesn't mean that if they become a judge, they're going to put everybody away, So I think I just want the board to understand that I understand that there's a difference, a fundamental difference between advocating for the client and assessing all the properties as fairly as possible. I recognize it's got its own challenges. It's difficult. It's different. But I do think that the skills that I developed as an advocate would serve me really well in this position.
Okay. Are you complete with that answer?
Yes.
Scenario 3. A request for public records involves sensitive information that could impact privacy. How do you balance transparency with privacy laws? Again, a request for public records involves sensitive information that could impact privacy. How do you balance transparency with privacy laws?
Well, if it could impact privacy, I think the first thing, you can always release the information later. You can't take it back. So if there's a question, you got to be cautious. And so if there's a question, if you think that it may have privacy issues, if you think there may be privacy issues, then you don't release it, at least at first. And then then you do your due diligence. You research the policy, you research whatever laws you've got, you see if there are any ordinances on point. You maybe talk to other people in similar situations who've dealt with this before, and then you make the determination. At the long end, though, I think you need to say, well, if it's not private, it needs to be released. So once you've done your due diligence, if you determine that it's not private information, you need to release the information. It's not like you just run out the clock on that. And I think it's important that the public officials, they might delay and it might take a month to get that information, but if you've made that determination, even though maybe they're not knocking at your door anymore, you do the right thing and you send them the information. We wanted to be careful, but here you go. It's yours. So, yeah.
You're complete?
Yes.
Okay. The final 2 questions are, if appointed by the board to this position, do you plan to run for the position in 2026 election?
Yes. And possibly if I'm not appointed, but that's another question. I don't know yet.
Our final question is, if offered this position and you accept the employment offer, how soon could you start?
Oh. So I had assumed this was a January 1st type position, and I think absolutely no problem starting on January 1st. I could probably start earlier. Don't know exactly when. I do have, through my business, I have some clients that I want to be able to serve and complete their work, or at least get them transferred to someone else who can take it on. So I think, I'd be happy to have a little negotiation. I think that if you needed me to start before January 1st, if there was a way that I'd want to be able to continue to do some work to close out my clients. So maybe something like a part-time, if there was something like a part-time situation where I could do some of that, because I want to make sure that, my clients, I've got forestry projects that are actively logging. I don't want to show up on Monday and, sorry, I can't help you. My name's on the, my name's on the RPF my RPF numbers on the harvest plan. So I think I could definitely start before January 1st. I could definitely provide some help. I don't know if I could be full-time. I could probably start as early as, November, provided that there was some allowance made for the fact that I do need to close some things out.
Thank you. The final question is, do you have any questions for us?
I actually I was thinking of two, because you always get this. One is there does the board foresee an opportunity to maybe train with the existing assessor? Is there any opportunity for having some overlap where you might be able to go in, even if it's not paid, to just go in and kind of see things and kind of get a little bit of wisdom from the current person who currently holds this position?
With the answer that you just gave being available on December 31st, that would not be possible.
Well, I would be available before that. I just don't know if I'd be available full-time.
CIO Todd Hill, would you like to field that question, or
Well,
HR?
I mean, I'll say, I mean, the person is, what, the retirement date is the end of the year. And then we've also hired a consultant with elections experience. So at least in that field, there would be additional support,
Okay.
because while there are some people on staff that have a decent amount of experience in other fields, not really so much in the elections.
Okay.
And so foresight led to us hiring someone that could, hiring someone that can help with that. So again, timing would be key, and understand what you're saying. I respect wanting to support your clients and not leave them holding the bag, and also being willing to make time to do some sort of that transition, because that is an important part of our expectations as well.
And Supervisor Gogan, I was more just talking like being able to come in, not necessarily starting, but be able to come in and just kind of occasionally meet. Not even, I wasn't thinking I'd even be paid, just being able to come in and meet with some people, so I get a little bit of prep. That was what I was about.
Understandable.
I did have another one, if that's okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask if you had, I guess this is kind of a question for everybody, if you're willing, if you had some ideas of what, a successful hire would be, say, a year down the road. Are there any things that you would look for? As I know I wouldn't report directly to you, but still I would work with you a lot, I think. And so, I'd love to know what you see as things that you would hope to see 6 months, a year down the road from this position.
I will go first. Two of the things that are come forward as priorities in my mind would be well-ran elections where everyone in the county has confidence that the only people that are voting are in compliance with our Constitution, and that there is no concern about that. I would hope that we would have very transparent and very I guess, thorough elections, allowing possibly for the reopening of polling stations in some of the outer areas, the opportunity for people to vote more in person than being relying only on mail and drop off boxes. That is something that my constituents ask for on a regular basis. And then, based off of my constituent conversations, I would look for someone who has been really able to speak with and help people when they have confusions on their assessments. There is folks coming to me asking me about these things, and I think that in the future, having that more fluid and a better understanding about even how that works for folks on the ground, and being able to solve those a little more quickly, I think is something that would speak to me that we have we're moving forward with some of our concerns, and we're advancing and doing improvements in some of those areas. And I based those comments off of constituent conversations that I have had. Does anyone want to volunteer to go next, or should we just go down the line?
Nothing to add from mine. That was really great.
Yeah, I will mirror Heidi's concerns. Not that concerned really about Prop 50 coming up. I mean, it is something, maybe you can learn from it. My main concern is, and I don't mean to overcharge anybody or undercharge anybody in Trinity County, but the assessed value of property here is a make it or break it thing. You know, our tax on property here is how we sink or how we float. And we need to be diligent about keeping that as fair and possible as we can, because as our base stays like this, everything goes up to here. And, you know, we can't be going this way as things are going this way any further. And I know that's going to be a big issue coming up in the next year or two, and probably falls squarely on whoever we hire. So that's my main issue.
Supervisor Cox?
I think to what's been said, which I agree with, I would just add that I would look for just that leadership, that the oversight as a department head with staff beneath you, what that looks like for folks on a day-to-day basis as they come to work. And you've spoken to some of those things now, but that is a piece that I would add.
Bill?
Yeah, I mirror a lot of what you said, Heidi. I really want to see a good, transparent, thorough elections. Assessments, yes, I think you're spot on when you're talking about communication between the assessor and the property owner in situations. I like I like integrity and honesty and communication, and that's
I will, just based on what Supervisor Cox said, I will just add, with that leadership component, I think a year from now, I would like to see more cross-training and succession planning. Because we're basically facing a situation where we did have to go hire a consultant to come in and help with elections because we're about to have no experience whatsoever. So I think, again, it's always based on, can you get the right people? Can you keep the right people? And then are you investing in that training and cross-training and education and so forth?
Any further questions?
No.
Well, we'd like to thank you for your interview process and your application for this position, and we hope that you have a very wonderful rest of your evening and weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, is it 10 minutes until the next schedule?
Actually, later than we
later.
Oh.
So you can get, she's here
Oh.
though and ready
She's here.
if you want to start.
You ready?
May we take just a few minutes and,
Few minute break?
yeah, please.
Bathroom break, 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes is fine.
Let's come back at just after 40. All right. Good afternoon. You are our last applicant today. Supervisor from District 4, Heidi Carpenter Harris, will be asking you the questions, and she will introduce herself now, as we all will.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here in our lovely Northern California weather. I just would like to thank you for coming, and my name is Heidi Carpenter Harris. I'll be asking you all of the questions during the interviewing process. However, you can look at all of the board members, address us all as you make those answers, and I will go down the dais here and the folks will introduce themselves.
Hi, Rick Lutweiler, and I am the district supervisor for District 1.
Liam Gogan, Supervisor, District 3.
Hi, I'm Jill Cox, District 2 Supervisor.
I am Jill, District 5 Supervisor.
Nice to meet you. You as well.
I will read you each question twice so that you have the opportunity to hear it and process it. And then I will ask you at the end of your response if you are complete in your answer before we move on to the next one. So the first question we will ask falls under our leadership and management. Describe your experience managing diverse teams and multiple departments. Again, describe your experience managing diverse teams and multiple departments.
Wonderful. My name is Ellie Sharp, and if you don't mind, I have a statement that will touch on that, if that's all right.
That's fine.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Trinity Board of Supervisors, honored community members, and residents of this remarkable county, whether here or watching remotely. Thank you for the invitation and opportunity to speak with you today as an applicant for the appointed position of Trinity County Assessor, Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters. My name is Ellie Sharp. I am an experienced elections official, government services liaison, legislative analyst, and corporate finance auditor with over 18 years' experience serving within both public and private sectors across multiple jurisdictions within California and Nevada. As a subject matter expert and top-down system integration specialist, recruited by the Nevada Secretary of State Elections Division for the development and implementation of the statewide voter registration and election management system, it has been my pleasure to work as a system developer and administrator across party lines and in partnership with various community groups and levels of government, such as state and federal agencies, local election officials, the Deputy Secretary of State and Secretary of State, congressmen, and legislators. In this capacity, I have spearheaded automation projects and contract negotiations, authored legislative changes, designed program infrastructure, and helped to develop operational systems with complex multi-tiered user interfaces and reporting capabilities. To answer your question, my ability to lead comes from close to 2 decades working at multiple levels within multiple jurisdictions. I started out in elections as an entry-level staff member and worked my way up to an individual who interpreted and implemented legislation, created the voting systems by which elections were conducted. That meant providing employment opportunities for individuals within that sphere, creating the systems, populating it with staff. The number of staff, if I were to guess over the years, would be in the thousands. And that's individuals who had little to no experience within elections, and within a short amount of time, bringing them up to speed so that they can complete legally mandated processes in compliance with state and federal laws. That is at the county level. At the state level, I have worked both in partnership with and supervising elected officials at the county level, bringing them up to speed and working with them for the implementation and development of the new statewide system, the voter registration and election management system in Nevada. And that completes my answer.
Thank you. Next question. How do you prioritize and balance the distinct functions of clerk, recorder, assessor, and registrar of voters. Again, how do you prioritize and balance the distinct function of clerk, recorder, assessor, and registrar of voters?
And if I may,
Mhm.
the role of the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters is a mainstay. It's a critical position that supports, manages, facilitates 4 distinct services essential to this community. It serves as an ombudsman, informational officer, and public relations liaison, both to the community and on behalf of the community, to local, state, and federal government. Outside agencies, the media, legislators, special interest groups, and a myriad of other individuals and collectives with a vested interest in the progress and success of this jurisdiction. In this in this position, it is a position of authority and a position under authority. And I apologize, I have definitions of what each of those roles entail. As an assessor, it would be my responsibility to locate, inventory, assess valuations for all taxable properties, whether real estate, business, mobile, aircraft, or vessel, to ensure fair and transparent taxation, no more or no less. This involves conducting objective market-based valuations, maintaining accurate records, ensuring legal compliance, and supporting taxpayers with accurate, timely information on assessments. As the assessor, it would be my responsibility to work with the California Board of Equalization, who ensures uniformity in the assessment of valuations, the California State Controller's Office, who conducts audits to ensure fiscal accountability and compliance, the California Department of Finance, who provides demographic and economic data to support assessed valuations and methodologies, the Trinity County Board of Supervisors, who oversees county operations, budgetary approval, and policy changes. As the assessor, I would also be working in partnership with the Trinity County Planning Department, who manages land use, zoning, and property development data to drive valuations. The Trinity County Tax Collector, who utilizes assessed valuations to update the tax rolls and facilitate property tax collection. County Counsel, who provides compliance oversight, legal advice and representation, and most importantly, I would work with the property owners themselves, the individuals whose taxation is the primary source of stability and growth and continued success within this community. As the clerk recorder, my duties would include issuing, recording, and preserving birth and death certificates, issuing marriage licenses, and conducting marriage ceremonies, managing fictitious business name statements, notary bonds, and environmental filings with precision and confidentiality, registering process servers, notary publics, and professional photocopiers, ensuring compliance with state laws and public accessibility, providing certified copies, assisting the public, and serving as a filing officer for legal documents. As the clerk recorder, I would be working in compliance with state laws and under the direction of agencies such as the California Secretary of State, who provides oversight for business filings, notary public registrations, and records management guidelines. This includes establishing standards for retention, archival support, and ensuring compliance with state laws on public records. The California Department of Public Health, through the Center for its Health Statistics and Informatics, the California Department of Justice, who provides regulatory oversight and certification for electronic recording systems, the California State Controller's Office, who conducts financial audits of county operations, including clerk recorder functions to ensure fiscal accountability, and again, the County Board of Supervisors for budgetary and policy alignment and county IT support. For the Register of Voters, and finally, in this role, it would be my responsibility to oversee the infrastructure and functionality of the election process. This includes ensuring system security, transparency, and reportability, the interpretation and application of legislative changes, the administration of all federal, state, local, municipal, and special district elections, the processing, management, and continuity of voter records, the voter registration database, source and secure polling places, recruit, train, assign, and support elections workers, facilitate candidate filing and manage filing documentation, manage all vote-by-mail processes, and serve as an advocate and regulatory compliance officer for HAVA, that's Help America Vote Act, as well as UCAVA, our Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act. I would facilitate early voting, election day operations, the canvass, and result certification, partnering with community leaders and members to ensure continuity of information, educational programs, and develop good faith in public forum. I would work in conjunction with and under the California Secretary of State, who serves as the state's chief election officer and provides oversight for the certification of equipment, systems, and election results, the Department of Homeland Security and FBI to ensure the safety of our elections, our staff, and community members, and work in partnership with the Elections Infrastructure Sharing and Analysis Center, which is EISAC, one of the federal level agencies that ensures election security, mitigating cyber threats, and intelligence sharing. The California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, CACEO, for continued training and support among county administrators, and our voter registration partners, such as the Department of Motor Vehicles, the United States Post Office, NVRA designated agencies, that's the National Voter Registration Act, such as schools and libraries, and our wonderful first responders and local sheriffs and fire departments for security and infrastructure protection. So to answer your question, I would and have demonstrated my ability to multitask, to work cross-departmentally and agency, to ensure that not only are my staff well supported and well funded, they have the resources available and the training necessary to be able to do their jobs with competency and without delay, without hesitation. They're empowered to do their jobs. And then I look to our systems. Are our systems the most current? Not necessarily do we have the newest systems. Automation is not always the best option for every county. It comes down to what resources are available with our systems and are they working in the most optimal method to ensure that they are working for our staff rather than our staff is working for them. I would definitely be responsible for coordinating with all of these agencies, ensuring that we are in compliance in all 4 areas. In this year alone, there were multiple changes on each front, whether it's the assessor's office, whether it's the clerk or recorder's office or elections. Elections, not so much, but the others had significant legal changes. And so it is a matter of not only ensuring that we are conducting ourselves in the most efficient manner, but we are also forecasting our processes and changing our processes to ensure we are in compliance in the future. And
Thank you.
that would be my response.
And you're complete in your answer then. Thank you. The next question. Share an example of a time that you implemented a significant process improvement in a public office. Again, share an example of a time you implemented a significant process improvement in a public office.
Would you like at the county level or would you like at the state level? Or I can provide both. If you like.
Provide both, if you will.
Okay. So in working in Placer County, I worked as the senior elections official for the vote by mail program. And when I first came on board, we had certain systems that I found were inefficient. Not that they compromised anything whatsoever, but just in getting the job done, I found that there were ways that we could streamline. One of the most enjoyable aspects of my job is systems development. I enjoy looking at systems, looking at the mapping, finding how are we using these resources? Is there a better way? Is there a way that we can streamline, we can use our resources more efficiently, whether it's the systems or whether it's the staff who are using that system? So in this case, over the course of my time there, I rewrote the vote by mail program, providing, oh goodness, we went through the automation process, which we implemented the Agilis and Sentio. So the Agilis is a mail sorting equipment with 24 bays so that we can take in vote by mail ballots and then process them according to precinct level. And then the Sentio is actual ballot printing. So when someone comes to a counter, they request a ballot, we're able to provide that in office rather than have to rely on orders that were previously made with vendors. We can save money in that respect. Within the vote by mail system, from the time that I started to the time that I ended, we were able to streamline that entire process so that we could issue ballots, we could return ballots, and once we received those ballots in the mail, we could have them tabulated within 8 hours. And that was a wonderful advancement. I really enjoyed that because you really take the point of least impact to make the most impact. If you have an entire system, you can map it out. You can see where that data is coming from and then be able to map it out so that you can make the system really work in a more efficient manner for your staff, and your staff has the resources to verify that the systems continue to work correctly and cross-verify. So it was a wonderful multi-tiered process that I was able to develop over the course of my time there. That culminated in being able to conduct the Tahoe Public Utility District in 2016, and that was determined by 2 votes. It was an all-mail ballot election. And when it was challenged, which according to law, they can challenge, and we were happy to open our doors. And I see challenges as an opportunity to basically have an open house. Come see what we're doing, see how we're serving the community. We had an individual who, according to the findings, according to the results of the election, had lost his seat. And so he challenged. And that includes having legal representation come in, and we go through and we basically reenact the entire election, reprocessing everything from beginning to ending under legal scrutiny. And like I said, the election was determined by 2 votes and it held. And for me, the most validating part of that entire process, because that was a system, that was a process that I had worked on for many years to ensure its accuracy, was to take someone who walked into the situation, knew that he was going to be able to find some kind of flaw with the system. What would have happened is if the election was found to be flawed in any way, then it would have been considered void and we would have had to redo it at the cost of the county. However, the recount, under the scrutiny of his legal team, that was something that he had to pay for because it was upheld. And we took someone who knew that he would be able to find some flaw with the system, and we turned him to an advocate and an ally just by showing him the dedication of the staff, the continuity of the data and the systems that we used. And for me, that was incredibly rewarding. In working at the state level, I recently worked at the Secretary of State Elections Division. I was recruited as the subject matter expert for the top-down system integration. So what that meant was taking the state of Nevada, although the laws are the same for the entire state, the counties use different vendors to conduct their elections. So they might have a specific vendor for their registration, and they might have another vendor for their tabulation. And so this, based on the legal changes in Nevada, we needed to create a statewide system that encapsulated all of the counties. And you're talking about counties that are like Las Vegas, that are booming metropolises. And then you're talking about counties like Esmeralda, that only recently the state is working with them to identify street names for their county because they're a rural jurisdiction and that's the community's desires. So it was encapsulating all of these different jurisdictions onto a system that we were in the process of developing, testing it, and implementing it in accordance with legislative timelines. In my mind, was an absolutely wonderful experience because you got to see so many different elected officials working in different capacities. And although the election laws are the same, how they went about it could be completely different. So we needed to build something that would bring them all to the table as equals, and they all had an equal share in the success of the system. So that is something that I just recently worked on that I'm very proud of.
Thank you. The next set of questions are underneath the technical and operational knowledge. The first question is, what is your experience with election laws and administration, including voter registration and election integrity? Again, what is your experience with election laws and administration, including voter registration and election integrity?
I first became an elections official in 2007. And from that time, I have faithfully served my communities, ensuring that our voter registration systems are second to none. That includes working with the state and the legislative changes there. I have personally served as a trainer for incoming staff at the county level and at the state level in Nevada. In California, it was processing systems, ensuring the audits were done and that the data was entered correctly, ensuring that the system handled that data correctly and cross-verifying between the two. In Nevada, it was a little bit different because I was part of the team that actually developed the system. So we worked in partnership with a vendor, but much of that was the state saying, this is our need and this is our desire, not only what is going to serve our counties right now and ensure its continuity and the electoral process now, but also forecasting for future changes as well. And working with the counties and because of the recent changes and application of agencies like the Department of Motor Vehicle and some of the mandated changes at that level, it really was a matter of partnering with those agencies, partnering with the counties, and making sure that we were creating a registration system that not only would retain the information correctly, but it was accessible and it was manageable at the county level. So we had to ensure that the user interface was successful just as much as the actual infrastructure of the system.
Are you complete with your answer? Ready
Yes,
to go
thank
to
you.
the next one? Explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting. Again, explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting.
And thank you for asking. The great thing about working in a rural county or a smaller county is you stick around long enough and you're going to wear a lot of different hats. There's a lot of shoulder tapping and there's a lot of exposure, and I absolutely love that. Now, I do have experience with records management outside of the county, but sticking solely to county. At Placer County, I assisted with the clerk recorder's office. I helped to manage different documentation, provide audit. I was responsible for the records retention for all elections material. I was responsible for candidate filing and doing the or managing the processes by which candidates can file for office, but then also assisting with how they maintain their records and submit that compliance. At Douglas County, it was very similar. I assisted with candidate filing, records retention. You're there as part of a team, and so whatever the team needs, you step in and you do. And so I had the pleasure of, working as a federal passport agent and dealing with those records. Any specialty projects that came along, I was happy to assist in because it's just furthering a knowledge base, having a better understanding. And it's difficult at the county level when only a few people know how to do a certain job, because if something happens and they're pulled into some other area, or they decide to seek employment elsewhere, you have a gap in the knowledge base. So I really like the integrated thought and mindset that everyone pitches in, everyone at least has a working understanding of the situation, so that in a pinch, the job can get done without delay and without impacting the public. And that would be my answer.
Thank you. This is the final question in that category. And it is, how do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulations across all departments you may oversee? Again, how do you ensure compliance with state and federal regulations across all departments you will oversee?
To ensure compliance across every area, you have to be dedicated. You have to have a staff that's dedicated. You have to have open lines of communication. It's not about a personal agenda. It's not about anything other than serving the community. So how can we serve the community best? That's by having a broad knowledge base, being proactive in our knowledge base. So if we know that the legislature adjourns certain times of the year, well, we know that there are going to be legal changes. It's just a matter of what they are. So it's really a matter of partnering not only at the county levels, not only with our CACO and other administrators, but also at the state level. It was an amazing experience for me to work at the Nevada Secretary of State's office because the legislature was right next door. And in working at the Capitol, there was so much exposure to the different changes that were being proposed or were being enacted and the reasons why. And I worked in par with that. I was shoulder tapped a couple of times to help with working with legislative changes. So was helpful in authoring some of those changes, providing supporting documentation, and really being able to advocate for changes for our elections demographics, especially our military and overseas. So I would say it's not resting on any piece of information, because the only thing constant is change, and especially so in government work. And that would be my answer.
And that is a true statement. Okay, we will now move into the public interaction and communication component. The first question is, how do you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration or property assessments? Again, how do you handle public inquiries or disputes related to voter registration or property assessment?
I would say I handle them very well. When it comes to inquiries on registration, when it comes to inquiries on legal documentation, most people are reasonable people. And if you are open and forthright, if you are transparent, and if you have a long-standing relationship with the community, that they know that if you don't have the answer, you will find out the answer and you will not delay providing information. I think if they can trust you and trust your integrity, that will speak for itself. And so instead of attacking each other, it's attacking a problem, or maybe even just addressing a misconception. I think that also goes hand in hand with having as much information available to the general public as possible. I don't believe that you can expect the general public to just blindly trust anyone. I wouldn't as a citizen, and I don't as an elections official. I think that you do need to provide as much information as possible. You need to be not only waiting until someone asks for information, but you need to be proactively providing that information to the community so that they amongst themselves can have that information available, can educate themselves, and then have educated conversations about it. Now, sometimes you're going to have individuals who are angry at the world and they're going to take it out on someone. Well, guess what? That's not a problem either. That happens. We all have bad days, and you just treat them as if you would treat someone in your family. In fact, one of my favorite memories of working in Placer County is getting yelled at on the phone by someone who turned out to be my grandfather. He was absolutely livid because they had put a bill, or they had put a measure on the election, and he didn't feel that it was accurate. He felt like it was mismanagement on the part of that district. He turned out to be correct because they found the oversight after the election, but needless to say, taking that call and speaking to my grandfather and saying, I completely understand your frustration. Here's what the law says. Here's why they're going to go through with it. And just being an ombudsman. Being an ombudsman is not about making everything nice. It's about making everything accurate and presented in a way where people may not like the answer, but at least they appreciate why the answer is the way that it is. If, and some people don't like the laws. Okay, great. There are mechanisms by which we can address that, and we can go about ratifying laws and making them more representative of the wishes of the community and of the people, and we can pursue that together, because at the end of the day, any position in public service is a partnership with the public.
Can you complete your
Yes,
answer?
thank you.
Describe a challenging public relations situation you faced and how you resolved it. Again, describe a challenging public relations situation you faced and how you resolved it.
There was a situation where, and I go back to Placer because there are so many wonderful examples there. We can't control the media. We can provide information to our partners in the media and give them as much information as possible, but sometimes there are outlets that like to present information that's not quite accurate. And so we had this election that came up, and it was before podcasts, so that's dating myself, but there was a radio show that was local to a retirement community. And what they did was they said that if you voted by vote by mail ballot and the ballot was not received by our office, um, if it was not received prior to the close of polls on election day, that it would not be counted. It would not be processed. Now, that goes against state and federal laws. That goes against our practices, and that is a complete fabrication. But what the result of that was is you had individuals who were afraid that their vote wasn't going to count. So instead of voting by mail and in that jurisdiction, depending on the election, right around 70–75% voted by mail, and particularly in that environment because of the demographic. Retirement communities, they like to return their ballot early for the most part, at least that community did. And so what happened was they were coming to the polling places. They were saying, I don't want this ballot. They were surrendering that mail ballot, and then they were demanding a physical ballot that they could then vote. Well, at the time, we used a vendor for our physical ballot orders. So these ballots were printed months in advance based on statistics of how many voters showed up on the polls to vote and cast a ballot. So we had a finite number of ballots available at that time. And for us, it was a matter of really working very quickly to provide voters with as much information as possible, provide them the mechanism to vote however they wish to vote. But we had a lot of PR work that needed to be done in a quick amount of time because, state law protects ballots that are en route. So if they're delivered at the polling location, yes, they have to be into our possession by 8 o'clock. But if you have individuals who are mailing their ballot back, well, there's a certain timestamp that we go by. And so we're able to capture, and we work in partnership with the with the post office to capture those to ensure that we can get them and process them as efficiently as possible. So in that situation, it was really working on a one-by-one basis. It was difficult for us as a county because, the best laid plans of mice and men, they often go awry. And so we had planned to account for not only what was needed at that polling location, but also an overage. And the voters who were there tapped into that. And so what we ended up doing is we learned from that, and that's part and parcel why we went with implementing the Centio, which is the ballot printing, which means that even on election day, if we have a run of voters who show up at a particular polling place, then we can go ahead and we can print out the necessary paper ballots in accordance with state law and make sure that they are served as a community and they're able to participate according to their wishes. And that
Very
would be
good.
my answer.
Thank you. The next question. How do you promote transparency and accessibility of public records? Again, how do you promote transparency and accessibility of public records?
I believe in providing as much information as possible to individuals, making it available in a manner in which they can find that information readily and easily on our website. Sometimes that's the easiest way to get information out to people, because especially if you're having them call into the office, well, there's only so many people that you can have answering phones. But I would say also having active channels of communication. So if there are pieces of information that are specific to a certain demographic and there are leaders within that sphere that would be able to assist, I think that making every effort to partner with your community, every effort to work with other agencies, whether it's state or federal, or even within the county. If you have something that is shared, maybe a concern or maybe an aspect of government service that is shared between departments, well, then it behooves you to provide that department as much information as possible because chances are they are probably going to receive calls on that as well. So just providing information as much as possible and really partnering.
Thank you.
Welcome.
The next set of questions follow under ethics and accountability. The first question, what steps do you take to maintain confidentiality and ethical standards in your office? Again, what steps do you take to maintain confidentiality and ethical standards in your office?
I would say I treat every transaction and every interaction as if it was my own. So my own taxes, my own assessment, my own business, my own ballot. And we hold that sacred as elections officials, but really as government officials, we are keepers of the public trust. And that means that we have to be proactive. We have to not only treat every situation and I consider three things. Is it legal? Is it ethical? Is it professional? If we are handling every situation in those veins, then we will have good faith with the community. If we are handling situations with poor tact or we're frustrated or we're not responding because there's a personal grudge, well, those things need to be addressed at the personnel level, because we should have a standard of conduct and we should have a standard of communication. When it comes to the professionalism, with so many people, and I fall back to elections, with so many people coming in during elections and serving in that capacity, a lot of times it's just educating people because sometimes they don't know that you have to be careful with certain pieces of information, or they don't understand automatically why they need to handle a certain piece of paper in a certain way, or they need to protect certain pieces of data. But as soon as you put it in context and you provide them information, they become a part of that story, and then they can continue on and be able to assist people, knowing not only, it's not blindly saying you can't do this. It's, oh, I can't do this because it affects these other people and it could potentially cause problems for this individual if that information got out. So we need to really have a 360 mindset when it comes to data, especially in an age where there are so many data breaches. You can't take anything for granted. You have to make sure that everything is consistent and above board. Even if you're handling something and you are within the precepts of the law, if you are not handling things professionally and ethically, you're still going to have an issue because you're still going to have that trust factor diminished even a little bit in the public's eye. And that would be my answer.
Thank you. The next question. How would you handle a situation involving potential conflicts of interest or allegations of misconduct in your departments? Again, how would you handle a situation involving potential conflicts of interest or allegations of misconduct in your departments?
I would investigate first and foremost what the accusations are. Who are the individuals involved? Are we talking about individuals who are permanent employees and have been trained to handle those situations differently? Are we talking about someone who is stepping in as a temporary assistant during an election? Are we talking about something that is, are we talking about something that needs to be investigated on a criminal level? What is the nature? And then bring in whichever agencies, whichever individuals need to be involved, whether it's county council, whether it's human resources. It really depends on the nature of the accusation, and it depends on the situation. Not to be one way or another, but you have to have a better understanding of what the accusation is so that you can address it and being as transparent as possible. I think it's important that if there is an accusation, that it be the resolution of that be as forthcoming as the accusation itself. So something has been made very public and it goes against and it questions someone's integrity, whether they are working in the assessor's office or the clerk recorder's office or the elections office, it needs to be met in the same manner with respect. Sometimes misunderstandings can foster into ill feelings, and then that goes into certain directions. But if you can address the situation with fairness, having no dog in the fight, then I think it will resolve itself fairly quickly. Sometimes it ends up in legal court cases, and you just provide the information as a neutral party.
Thank
And
you.
that's my answer.
The next set of questions are scenario-based questions. So we will present a hypothetical but realistic scenario relevant to this role. The first scenario. On election day, a technical failure disrupts voter check-ins at multiple polling sites. What is your immediate response and communication strategy? Again, on election day, a technical failure disrupts voter check-ins at multiple polling sites. What is your immediate response and communication strategy?
Okay. So there would be multiple layers to that. I would need to contact my staff to see if it was a training issue. Sometimes there might be an issue with a piece of equipment, but that's because the cord wasn't put in correctly, or it might be something that's easily resolved. So you see, first and foremost, if it's something that you can either resolve with staff, or if you need to send, we used to call them rovers, or individuals that would go out, and there's second tier. So normally at a polling location, you'd have multiple levels of individuals serving. So see if it can be resolved organically with the staff and with the supervision that's there. If not, it's a matter of partnering with our vendors, making sure that our vendors are readily available. So if it is a technical, if it is system issue that is more in their arena, that they are able to quickly respond to that. Depending on the nature and depending on how long it takes, making sure that we have information available to the public that there is a delay at this particular location, communicating with other counties maybe that have the same vendors, maybe they're having the same issue to see how widespread it is, communicating with the Secretary of State's office, because if there's a delay in some of those, bringing systems online, there are legal requirements for opening up polling locations at a certain time and closing them at a certain time. And if there is some type of situation that impacts that, then we need to be very transparent in that communication. So it's being, again, proactive, making sure that you have the resources available, the teams available, the training in place to be able to address those situations and make sure that the community really is in partnership, that yes, sometimes for whatever reason, there's a piece of equipment that doesn't operate, that won't turn on. And it's the responsibility of the staff and the team to handle that without impacting voting. That'd be it.
The next question. A property owner disputes an assessed value increase, claiming errors in data. How do you investigate and resolve the issue? Again, a property owner disputes an assessed value increase, claiming errors in the data. How do you investigate and resolve the issue?
Sure. First, I would speak with that individual. I would find out, okay, what is it exactly that you are seeing as a discrepancy? From there, I would speak with the individuals who had been a part of making that assessment. I would be looking at if they were citing specific legal sources. In 2025, there were several legislative changes that could affect assessments, especially in areas and for properties that are low income and relating to veterans. So there's a lot of different moving parts when it comes to an assessment. Maybe that person was not aware of certain aspects of the law that we have to abide by. Maybe it was something that was a change, that maybe they read something about a legislative change, but that change doesn't take it into effect until the following year, until 2026. So there's a lot of information. I would be fact finding as much as possible. Look at the system, look at the audit trail that the system provides, look at the files themselves, speak to staff and find out what the situation was when that was determined, and then go from there. If it's a matter of involving county council and providing that information to county council for direction, then that would be something that would be readily pursued. And that's my response.
Okay. A question or scenario number 3. A request for public records involves sensitive information that could impact privacy. How do you balance transparency with privacy laws? Again, a request for public records involves sensitive information that could impact privacy. How do you balance transparency with privacy laws?
We follow the law. We are required by law to provide specific pieces of information and shelter other pieces. Where there is any kind of divergence, there are certain classifications of individuals that have a different scenario. They have more information that's protected than others, and that's based on whether they are, it really is based on their career. So judges, law enforcement, things of that nature. But we follow the law. That would be my answer. That's a short one.
Yeah. We will now move into the final 2 questions, and then we'll give you an opportunity to ask us questions if you wish.
Thank you.
So the final 2 questions are, if appointed by the board to this position, do you plan to run for the position in 2026?
Yes, I do. I would also like to mention, I believe in transparency. So for me, this role is a public service position. It is a position that doesn't take a side, that doesn't have a side. For me, I would not be pursuing a constituency outside of the general population of this community. Thank you.
If you were offered the position and you were to accept the employment offer, how soon could you start the work?
I currently reside out of state, and we are prepared to move very quickly. I would enjoy being here as quickly as possible. It's a lovely community, and I've enjoyed the time that I've had here so far. I would say we'd be able to be here probably by the beginning of November.
Now, final opportunity is for you to ask us and the staff that is here any questions that you may have about this position or or the community or whatever may come to your mind.
Well, that is a wonderful question, and I'm gonna have to think on that for just a second.
Please do. Yes, take your moment.
Um, when it comes to this role, and I'll open it up to the board. In your estimation, what is the most important marker for success? What characteristic, what experience, what do you find most valuable in an applicant, a successful applicant for this position?
I will go first on that. I would say I have 3 points. One, I want to make sure for my constituency and for the county as a whole that our elections are ran according to the federal and state constitution, and that we are doing our due diligence to the best of best humanly possible to make sure that we are only allowing those folks who are legal voters to vote, and that we are protecting that sacred right as an American to have a lawful voting system. I also find it to be important, and these responses are due in part from what my constituents have brought to me as things they would like to see. Also, fair assessments. We have had a substantial change in property values over the last several years due to some economy changes, and really having an assessor's office that can ebb and flow with the realities that are on the ground would be something that I think is really important to our people. And then thirdly, making sure that the records regarding those times in life when great changes are happening, maybe marriage certificates, death certificates, what have you, that those are kept um, readily available to the folks who are requesting them and that they are accurate. That's very, very important for them to be accurate. I have a personal experience of death certificates not being accurate and having to, in the process of mourning, have them redone and battle through that. And so it's, to me, it's very important that those records that really are markers for our life are accurate and safe and only made available to those who should be getting them.
Thank you.
What she said. Nothing to add. Seriously, that's great. Thank you.
What they both said. And honesty and trust in you.
Thank you. I guess I just would add, the way that a department head, you would be a department head over staff within that department. I would be looking at, what kind of cohesiveness and, interpersonal, relationships, working relationships, right, for efficiencies within the department under your leadership. Thank you.
I'd have to say this, Heidi really hit it on the head when she said constitutional adherence, state and federal government. Let's make these elections so transparent and let the community really have a feel like they can trust the system. That's what beyond anything else. And the assessments, absolutely, we need to ebb and flow because we do have situations here that, that affect the assessments and people are concerned about those. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And that would
Do you have any further questions of us?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Well, we do thank you for your travel. I know
you.
it was probably a bit arduous this time of year, so please drive safely and enjoy your rest of your time in Trinity County, and we hope you have a good weekend.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a few minutes before
Thank
we
you.
come back and
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
we take a few minutes before we come back and do our read out?
Absolutely.
Yes.
5 minutes?
Yeah, that'd be fine. We'll come back at, 45? 45.
It is.
Well, thank
So Chair, from a process standpoint, since we've all been taking our notes and using the same template with the questions and ratings and so forth, are thinking if we just all shared who our number one is, if it's all the same, we're done. If it's not, we can keep going and see how close we're getting to consistency. Does that work? Rather than saying I'm 1 through 4, this is my order, because it doesn't really matter if you're at the bottom if nobody got there in the first place. Does that work?
Agreed.
How would we think we can all leave now? So I'll go as the chair. The last person was unbelievable.
What is that person's name,
Ellie.
Liam?
Ellie, Sharp,
Ellie Sharp is your first choice.
by far.
I will go next. My first choice was also Ellie Sharp.
We'll go to District 2,
My first choice was Madeline.
5.
Ellie Sharp.
District 1.
Well, I think it's L
Oh, L.
versus Ellie.
It is Ellie.
Oh, it's spelled E-L-L-E.
Yeah, she said Ellie 3
Oh.
times.
Did you
Okay.
say Ellie? I thought.
I was surprised also.
Okay.
So,
Well, regardless,
Yeah.
there was a close, and Madeline was close, but I have L as or L-E as number 1.
4-1.
So do we need to talk about Supervisor Cox's distinction of, maybe we need to talk about why, because you might sway us or we might sway you or something?
Certainly, my concern, is with question. Explain your familiarity with property assessment and records management in a county setting. The answer to that question, mentioned nothing about assessments. And because assessments are such a critical portion of this, we're all very focused on voter registration right now and voter, the feeling of our constituents, how we feel secure in our voting. And I don't minimize the importance of that at all. But assessing our properties, that's how we survive as a county. And if we put somebody in that role that has had no experience about it, has no information about it, and did not even say one word to address that portion, to me, that is highly concerning.
I guess my rebuttal to that would be.
Microphone?
Sorry. Would be that she seemed like an incredibly quick study and, willing to learn, and had probably learned a lot of stuff on the fly as she went. I agree with you though, that there was not a lot of assessment there. I look back at, can we talk about the other candidates also?
Yes.
So I look back at Chris Losi. That worried me a little bit. That worried me a lot a bit, actually. I know he wants fair and to be advocate for everybody, but we cannot afford to have our property values assessed down unfairly or biasly or even at all. I mean, it's our bread and butter. I thought Chris did fine. Thought I did very well. Thought Matt did very well. I thought this lady Ellie was heads and toes above the rest of them, honestly.
I think it would be important to talk about when we say heads and toes, if we have just the two, and I know I'm the one individual, that feels strongly that Madeline's experience and her knowledge of our assessments is really important. Maybe what we need to do is compare what is it about how the voting is run that you don't feel that Madeline would do that job as accurately or with integrity, or in speaking with constituents who are concerned or uncomfortable with how their assessments turned out, or how the security of their voting feels comfortable or uncomfortable to them. Where does that discrepancy exactly lie? And maybe it can be, we can review what each said to understand why Ellie came out so
for 4 of you on top. From the standpoint that I think it's important to remember exactly what was said and not an answer that was brief and concise and to the point versus an answer that had a lot more expression behind it. For what exactly was communicated.
Well,
So-
I,
Go ahead, Rick.
I'll go. I think a couple of things. Again, Maddie, is that how she goes versus Madeline? I had the next highest score by far to me, and I was kind of wondering, are we going to get a better candidate in through? When I looked at the difference between the two, and when I look back at my scores and my notes, I did also notice that I keep saying L because even in her application, it's spelled E-L-L-E. So anyway, I'm going to go with L. That she, I think she conveyed a stronger set of skills of leadership and engagement and involvement and training. And I'm not saying that Madeline didn't convey some of that. It didn't come across as strongly. When I look at what L could bring, we don't, unless people leave, we don't lose what we have in knowledge in the organization. We add with her coming in. And what she comes in with is the thing that we have the biggest void in. And then she also brings a pretty strong bit of experience in developing, in training, in solving, in coordinating, and lobbying, and all those sorts of things. So I felt like she would be better positioned to lead the team through this next phase. And that probably would be good mentoring and coaching for Madeline for, future roles. That's kind of where I came out on it. But I mean, easily say if we had stopped before Elle came in, I would have absolutely been saying Madeline. And I would have been okay with that. It wouldn't have been oh, I guess we have to. So.
I will speak to a similar thought process as Supervisor Litweiler, just in the strength of her kind of breadth and depth of information that she clearly, not only did she prepare, I felt, had done some research and making sure that she was fully prepared, but it also was, I believe, clear to me that it wasn't just preparation, it was base knowledge. Like she was recalling a significant amount of information. And one of the things that I noticed that she said a number of times, I'm speaking of Ellie at this point, one of the things that she said a number of times was being out in front of, paying attention to what is a potential or what is coming, and staying really aware of what is going on the state and federal level. And I appreciated her ability to speak with, I felt, a substantial knowledge on being able to slide up and down the county, state, and federal information continuum, and how those laws change and different things are happening, and how we need to respond to that, not waiting until they come at us. And I'm not suggesting that Madeline would not be able to do that. I just felt there was a stronger representation in her holistic ability to view the landscape with all components in her presentation.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think also if she ever was to be at the podium, very compelling, strong public persona in a way. She was convincing. She had, vast knowledge of the majority of the things that we need. I think Manny's fine, but this lady just seemed to be unbelievably prepared, answered everything well. The assessment thing, I think she'll catch on to. Besides that, very compelling and a good speaker and answered everything and above that we asked, which I thought was great. Julia?
Very impressive resume and woman. She's very articulate. She crosses so many different offices and organizations and state and federal departments. She had a great grasp of how everything seems to work in a department. She seemed willing to. She was very conscious of the community. I liked that too. I think that'll come in handy with assessments. I too am was torn between Madeline and Ellie. Madeline is impressive she's very impressive, and she's been in this position, so it was a difficult one for me. Although I like a fresh face in this role, I think it adds. I don't know. I think it might help to, and Madeline might run too, and so this would nothing but help her if we've got some time.
I agree. I think it might be easier to teach one thing than a bunch of things. And she certainly seems to have the capacity to learn and has learned a lot. I think Ellie was, again, for me, it wasn't that close for me, honestly. But that's me. CEO Tata, would you like to add anything?
No,
I do have a question.
unless there's specific questions you'd
No,
like me
I
to
do have a question.
address.
Go ahead.
Of Lila, have you vetted these through their, the word just completely jumped out of my mind. Their references,
The
thank you, I'm
references?
sorry for
Yeah.
that.
There has not been reference checks done yet.
Okay.
We would be, happy to do that if that's
I
the
think-
direction
yes.
of the board.
I agree.
I think from a process standpoint, Margaret can help us work through that. But if there's a clear direction from the board as far as go do something on a potential applicant or a potential candidate, we can go do that. And then if you want to bring it back to the board for further direction, or if you want to include now some type of, go forth and do reference checks and bring that information back, and then we'll get into any type of contract discussions. That's up to the board.
I'm a strong believer in reference checks.
Me
I
too.
think that, all of us have great capacity, some by natural talent. It's always good, in my opinion, to check. So if we could ask for reference checks on Ms. Sharp, I would appreciate that. And what say all of you?
Good
I
afternoon,
agree with
board.
the reference check. I just want to ask somebody as the frame of reference to what Supervisor Cox
Susie?
said.
Oops. I apologize, board, but I did want to jump in just for a little process to make sure that we get this correct. Typically, it is recommended that we do background checks and do reference checks for all individuals coming in, especially those that are holding department head positions. So what the recommendation would be is when you have your selected individual, you would make a motion to provide a conditional offer subject to reference checks and background check.
Okay, thank you for that.
Should we make a motion this time?
Well, I want to bring something up first.
Sure. Go
Is it
ahead.
a motion or is it direction to staff, first of all? Margaret?
Yes, I would recommend doing it by a motion because if we do issue a conditional offer, we want it to be an official conditional offer because that allows us to do a full background check, including doing, our criminal components to it, which we have to have a conditional offer before we go into.
Okay, thank you.
But we can continue deliberation without a motion on the table.
You can keep, as long as you want,
Okay.
you can keep talking about it. It's just when you're ready to make a motion for an individual, that's what I would request. Motion to provide conditional offers subject to background and reference checks.
Okay, thank you.
And
That motion would be only on one individual. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay.
So I just wanted to come back again. I don't want to too quickly just move away from the opinion that Supervisor Cox put on the table for a couple reasons. One is, whenever possible, I think promoting from within is great. It provides, belief in the staff that there's opportunities that lie ahead for them. They're not going to always just be, the cap's always going to be over them because somebody will be brought in over them and all that. I think there's also the concern that I'm wondering how people are anticipating of whoever gets this role could lose it in June.
2 years, or 26, I'm sorry, June.
Yeah, June of next year, there'll be an election. They will or won't get elected. And so if it's Elle, then she came into the county and will be leaving by the end of the year. And if it's Madeline, then she had been promoted up and will she have a spot to go back to? You know, that kind of a thing. So it's just something to consider. We still just need to make the decision that we think is the right one for the county. But I just want to raise that and see, how does that play into anybody's position? Does it change anybody's view? If not, then, you know, we still kind of are sitting at 4-1, but I just want to make sure we've thought that through.
I think that time frame is a proving ground. I'm not changing my vote. And if she loses, she loses.
I appreciate you bringing that up because quite frankly, when we sat here and did this one time ago, that was 100% my thought process. I was wanting to hire from without in order to give the person that was within a little more time to come up and feel comfortable with the belief that that individual would probably win an election. And I do want to protect somebody who has been here and has their family roots here, and another who is willing to move and feels comfortable giving that a shot, thinking that could be a future. I appreciate the adventurous sort of nature of that. I think that's awesome. So with that, I can appreciate that my concerns over the assessor's knowledge that we need will still remain. That piece will remain. This will give extra help. And so with that, I can appreciate and feel like there is a safety net there. So thank you for that.
And I will just make one comment just because it was bothering me at the time. I will say that if there hadn't been a shift from prepared statements, I would have a very different opinion. Because when all I was hearing was prepared statements, my thought was a high schooler could ask ChatGPT answers to questions and read them to us as effectively as those were read to us.
Yes.
When it shifted to I am thinking and I am responding, that's when I heard what Supervisor Carpenter Harris described of, that's a deep set of knowledge and experience that I can articulate how I would apply that and have applied it. And then I was, okay. I was really worried in the beginning. So I just wanted to, clarify that because Madeline, I think, came across as she's at least appears less, confident and outgoing, but still very grounded and stable and straightforward in her answers. And again, I clearly was the highest before that last interview. So I just wanted to put that frame of reference out there. I think I still feel like we're in the right place with Elle or Ellie, but
You were
Yeah.
determined to change her name.
If I was to put both of those side by side up there, Maddie was fine, but she was, two-sentence answer. And this lady went into unbelievable detail of what she's done before, who she's worked with, the breadth of her scope. I hope, down the line, Maddie can learn from her, and it doesn't even seem close to me, but I think L or LE should be the victor today. Should we take a motion? Anybody else have any questions? Take a motion?
so a motion to proceed with
Background check.
I think
Elle or Ellie Sharp as the candidate, which will include background and reference checks. And if those don't raise any concerns, then staff would move forward with negotiations. Is that about how you want that? Does that meet your requirements,
I think the
county council?
first partner. I'll let
Pretty
Margaret-
close. I would request that
Definition of
authority
job
to
offer.
issue a conditional offer subject to backgrounds and reference checks. We will bring the reference and background checks to the board regardless, and then you can issue the next step.
So what she just said,
1 and 2.
that's my motion. Thank you, Margaret.
Are we
Thank you.
ready?
Ready for the vote?
One more time.
Ready for the vote? Okay. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Lewiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for pulling all this together.
Yep. Yeah.
For clarity, we all need to, in some way or another, get our documentation
Here.
to you. So you have that?
I can keep that.
Facts.
Yeah. And
Yes,
that.
we will collect all
You
that
need
back, and then
this.
also just for clarification,
And wait, there's more.
there, if you could just make the official announcement that there is no closed session associated with this today. We are done with the deliberations and the meeting. If other discussions need to happen, we'll bring
Wait,
that
there's
back
more.
in a subsequent agenda item.
I'm sorry, so you're saying that the closed session that's on the agenda, we will not be holding because there's not a need for it at this time? That's what
Right.
you're saying?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to announce that out now or next time.
Right now and then return the meeting, please.
So right now, we will not be reporting out because we have not,
Will not be holding
In
this
closed
closed
session.
session item.
we will not be holding this closed session at this time.
And the meeting is adjourned.
And the meeting is adjourned.
There we go.
And you wanna have
Yeah.